everybody, I want to do this video to show you how to make this camera bag. The last video that I posted, I promised I was going to show you how to make this bag. And in the process, we're also working on a backpack. This is a backpack that we're working on, and we're still figuring everything out. So we're going to also make a video to show you how to make this backpack. And this backpack will come in maybe 3 different sizes, probably a size larger than this, and then one a little smaller. And the camera bag will come in maybe 3 different sizes. One larger than this one, this size, and a smaller size. So what I'm going to do now is just kind of show you the inside of this bag and what I did to finish out the inside, and then we'll start cutting out the pattern, and then we'll start putting the bag together. It's very simple to do also because it's similar to the leather bag without a lining. Same process, same process. Now we're going to go ahead and post the pattern on our website. So if you want to go ahead and purchase it and go ahead and put the bag together without watching the video, that's good. But for some of you, people have been asking for the pattern, but they also want to see the video. So let's get started. Okay, the first thing I want to do is get into the mechanics of this bag. What I needed for us to have was a bag that we could carry our camera equipment in, and something that was durable and it fitted for exactly what we needed it for. So we needed to be able to take our audio cables. This is a recorder. This is a external recorder that we use, so we need to be able to take that, and we wanted everything to be put together to where it was safe, you know, to where the equipment was protected. And now the one thing you want to make sure you have is some styrofoam, and this basically really this was some styrofoam that someone was throwing away, and I took it and I cut it up and measure it to where it would fit exactly the way I wanted it to fit. I needed for us to be able to put our cameras, our lenses, our lavalier microphone, but I needed for everything to be protected. So before you get started, you may want to make sure you find some styrofoam. This is a piece here that I found someone was throwing away, and I'll use this in the process of making the bag that we're going to make. And this piece here, now I don't even know if it's big enough, but I'll make it work. This piece is 27.5 inches by 18.5 inches. I don't even know where we got this from, but we're gonna make it work. So that's the first thing you may want to do, is make sure you have your styrofoam, or think through the process of how you're going to section everything off inside your bag. So before you get started, kind of think about this right here first, so you know once you put the bag together or start putting the bag together, you know exactly what you're going to do for your inside. So I just want to just kind of show you that, and now we'll go ahead and cut the pattern out and start putting it together, and we'll talk about the type of leather that you can use to put this bag together. Okay, the next thing I want to do is go over the pattern with you. What I've done, I've gone off camera and I've pre-cut the pattern out, but when you receive the pattern, it's going to come in there's 2 pages. And so let me just kind of show you this. So there's 2 pages. Now, we do have a video on showing you how to transfer your pattern onto what is called oak tag paper. Now, this paper is what a lot of designers use to produce their patterns on. Now, you can find this online. I mean, there's many places that sell this. If you Google oak tag paper, you'll find it. Sometimes it comes in sheets, sometimes it comes in roll. We purchased ours from Gold Star 2 because they don't charge shipping. And we purchased, I don't know, was 144 yards or something like that. But that was huge, so which means that would have cost us a lot of money in shipping. So we tried to find something to where we didn't have to pay the shipping on that because it's very heavy. But basically what we do is that we cut the pattern out, and then we will glue it. And you can use whatever methods that works for you. But what we do is that we use these little glue sticks. I'm going to just cut out a small part of the pattern and just kind of show you how we will do this. And like I say, we do have a video on how to transfer your pattern onto oak tag paper. So I'm not going to bore you with cutting out all of these pieces because we have pre-cut everything out so we can save time. So basically what we will do is that we will take the pattern, we will trim it off of the sheet, and then we would just take a glue stick and we will glue the back of the pattern. Very simple. And we will just glue it onto the oak tag paper like this. Once we do that, we will cut it. I like to cut right on top of the line instead of on the outside of the line. I'd like to cut right on top. Everybody have their own way of doing it. So basically what we have done now Carla, she's the one that was able to transfer the pattern into the computer. She used Adobe Illustrator and she create the pattern. So what she will do is that once she create the pattern, she will take it, cut it out, and put it together to make sure everything lines up the way it should. So this is the pattern we're going to be working with. This one here have already been cut out and it's on oak tag paper. So this is what we're going to be working with. So now that we have our pattern already cut out, transferred onto oak tag paper, the next thing we're going to do is that we're going to select our leather and we're going to start putting, we'll start transferring the pattern onto the leather, then we'll cut it out and then start putting it together. Okay, now what I want to do is talk to you about the leather. You want to make sure that you don't use a leather that is too thin. This right here is just too thin. Even if I was going to add a secondary to this, it would have to be a very thick secondary. You can do it, but for me, I would rather use a leather that I don't have to put a line in, a secondary piece of leather with it in order to make it work. And we have maybe 3 different selections here that we're going to choose from. Now this particular leather came from this right here. And this leather here, and sometimes, using these gauges, it depends on who's selling the leather. One person may say this is a 3 ounce, one store may say it's a 5 ounce. So it really just depends on where you purchase it. But it's actually, it's about 1 3/4 of an ounce, but it probably would be sold as a 3 to 4 ounce. So you can't really go by me telling you that you want to use a 3 to 4 ounce, because where you go, that would have a lot to do with of how thick that they're saying that leather is. So you have to go by your judgment on how thick you want it to be, because it's going to have a lot to do with if you're able to skive around the corners. Well, then it won't matter how thick it is, because you can skive it down to where it's thin enough that you could make this roll, and you'll be able to sew this. Because if this is too thick around here, you're going to have a hard problem trying to sew this bag up. So you want to make sure you're working with the leather that your machine can handle, especially around these corners right here. That's going to be the key, is being able to sew around this corner here. So this, like I say, this leather was made out of this one here. It have a very good body to it, so it's not too thin. It's not too thick either, but it's not too thin. That's the main thing. Now, this is a leather here. This one is probably the same thickness, but it doesn't have as much body as this one. This one here is a little stiffer compared to this one here. I can still use this one. And this one here is similar to this one right here. So they both maybe are about the same thickness as this one, but they're not as stiff as this one. So I want my leather to be a little stiff. Now, this is a tooling leather that most people use when they're doing tooling. You know, if you wanted to give it some type of color, you would have to dye it, and which it really takes a very beautiful dye. But the back side is going to look like this. Now you can purchase this. I know there's a place online that sells it. It's already completely dyed through and through, and it is a beautiful piece of leather. Someone showed me some leather that they had purchased once, and they told me the website, but I don't remember. But I'm quite sure if you Google it, you will find it. But this will work fine because it's stiff. But again, when you start to go around that corner, you start to go around this corner, that's where it's going to give you some problem, because it needs to be able to roll around that corner. So we will make a selection, and I'll probably end up going with this one, because once you put your insert in, that's going to give it the body that it needs. Now this part right here, this can have a lot to do with giving your leather more body also. So we'll probably go with this leather right here. This will probably be our choice, and we'll go ahead and start transferring the pattern onto the leather, and then start cutting it out. Okay, this is the hide that I decided to go ahead and use. So I'm going to get it laid out. I'm going to lay the pattern out onto the hide, and then we'll trace it out, and then we will cut it out. So I think I can get this here. Get all my small pieces. And on the pattern, it would tell you how many to cut out. This one here says cut out one leather strap. So this one tells us to cut out 2. So which means when I trace it, I'll trace it here and then I'll flip it over and trace it a second time. So you want to be aware of how many of each one that you need to cut out. So I'm going to try to get as much as I can out of the hide. So I need to cut out one. One can go here. This is only one. I need to cut out two. This one. This is going to be two. Two. One. Two. This can go here, so I need one of these. This is one. I'll do this here. So you want to be aware of how many you need to cut out. Two. Okay, so what I'll do, I'm gonna turn these over. It'll lay flatter for me this way. And I'll just use a pen to start to trace it out. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a pen and I'm going to trace everything out. Now once I get it traced out, what I will do is that I'm going to use my scissors and I'm going to kind of trim everything out as individual pieces. So when I start to actually give it the final trim, I don't have to be trying to turn this whole hide to do that. So with each piece, I can turn the piece as an individual piece, and it'll be much easier for me to cut. So I'm going to go off camera, and I'm going to finish tracing everything out, and then I will have it cut out as an individual piece, and then we'll come back on camera and trim everything out, because I don't want to waste your time for you to watch me cut everything out. So we'll go off camera and take care of the rest of this. Okay, I went off camera and cut everything out, except this is the last piece here, and I'm cutting it out. I did not want to do it on camera because that'll just waste your time, because it does take a little time to do this. But this is the last piece that needs to be cut out. And I cut everything else out on camera. Now, one thing I do want to show you is that when you cut out your gusset, when you cut your gusset out, you want to make sure that you flip your pattern. You trace it out on one side and then you flip it to the other side. The reason why you want to do that is because that gives you a left and a right side. If you don't flip your pattern, it will be just like cutting out two left shoes. So you don't want two sides the same. So make sure you flip your pattern. I don't think any of the other pieces you have to do that. But this particular piece, you do have to flip it. Okay, now what we're going to do what I call detail stitching. And that is where we're going to go and we're going to stitch along the top of the gusset. We're going to stitch the top of the front of the bag, the pockets, and the D-ring holder. I think, okay, you can see it here. This is what I'm talking about right here, where I went and I stitched the top. This one I did not do it, but I will do it on this bag here that we're making. I stitched the top of this bag right here. So that's what I mean by detailed stitching. So we're going to go over to the sewing machine and we're going to do the detailed stitching. Okay, now we're going to do our detailed stitching. Now, one thing I want to show you, if you are using the console 206 RB-5, the one thing I've learned about this machine since the last time I made a video is that it have a little white dot here and it have another one right here. So when they set the machine up, these two should line up, and so you should be able to put your bobbin housing in with no problem. But this one here got off track some kind of way. So what I end up doing, I put a little black mark here and I put one here. So this is where this machine needs to be for me to be able to put my bobbin housing in, and it just goes in real easy. I was having so much problem putting this bobbin housing in, and I just couldn't figure out why it wasn't going in even though those two dots was lined up. Once I found where it needs to be, I put a piece of tape here, put a mark here, put a mark here, and everything just, it's much better. Now the other thing is that I think the last time I did a video, I was telling you that I went from a size 69 thread to a size 138 thread, or 137. Well, I would get a consistent, good-looking stitch, but then it would change on me sometime. So I went to a larger thread, which is a 207. This works great. The drawback is I can only find it in white, black, brown, and like a cream color. I'm quite sure someone else is selling, you know, other bright colors, but so far that's all I've been able to find. So if you find some size 207 thread in some bright colors, please post it so we all will know. But anyway, let me go ahead and get started. I just wanted to reload that bobbin housing just to show you what I did right here as far as my my settings. And basically what I'm doing, I'm just doing a stitch, and it's about a 1/8 of an inch stitch. This is the front pocket, so I'm going to do my stitch here. And I'm going to only do this one pocket on camera, and everything else I will do off camera, so I don't bore you with stitching something like this. But I did want to do one of them just to show you how I have the sewing machine set up as far as the stitch width. No, not stitch width, but the seam that I'm sewing. And this is just a top stitch just to give it a finished look once I attach it to the bag. That's all the stitch is for. You don't have to do this. I like doing it because it just gives my bag a finished look. And I'll show you what I'm talking about. This is what the stitch is going to look like. So this will be the pocket. It'll be sort of like this when it's attached. Sort of like this here when it's attached. But it's going to give it a finished look at the top. That's the whole idea behind this stitch here. So I'm going to go off camera and do the rest of the stitching. And then after that, we can start putting the bag together. Okay, this is the last piece that I need to do the detail sewing, which is the one of the gusset. So we're going to stitch this, and I'm stitching like an 1/8 of an inch. Let's see here. So do one back stitch just to lock it in. So I did my back stitch. Now, just to kind of show you what this looks like, so that's what that looks like. This will give us a finished look once we start putting the bag together. That's the front of the bag. These are the D-ring holders, and I think these are the pockets, the flap for the pockets. Now I did stitch this across at first. That was incorrect. I needed to stitch this because this is what's going to stitch to the gusset. It'll set over the pocket. So the reason why you see those holes is because I made a mistake and stitched those. So now really we can go back and we can start putting it together. And like I say, this bag do not take a long time to make because you don't have a lining. With this particular leather, I'm not doing any edge coating, so it doesn't, I'm not spending a lot of time doing a lot of detail work and also adding a lining. So we'll go and start putting it together. Okay, the next thing that I want to do, I'm going to stitch the two gusset pieces together. Now, because this leather is so thick, I need to skive this down because once I stitch it and fold it back, this would be very, very thick. So in order to avoid that, I'm going to skive this. This is a skiving machine. Now, if you don't have a skiving machine, Tandon Leather Factory sells a hand skiver. There's probably about 5 different types you can get. But keep in mind that you want to practice with this before you start to use it, because if you go, let's see here, you have to really see. I can skive it down, but you want to be very careful that you don't skive it down too thin, because it's easy to just skive right through this. Now, with the skiving machine, this allows us to skive it, and we don't have to worry. Well, we do have to worry about it because we have to set the machine to where there's not too much pressure that's pushing down the leather. And I'm going to skive about a 1/2 inch. Well, I'm really going to do about a 1 inch skive. So you can see, hopefully you can see how thick this is. So I'm going to skive this. So I just took off quite a bit. So this is going to allow me to fold this back to where it won't give me any problems. If I fold this one back, I don't know if you can see how the difference in how thin this is and how thick this one is. It just makes such a big difference. But if you don't have a skiving machine, I mean, we just only had this about a year and a half. You would need some type of hand skiver to do that. There, like I say, there's about 3 or 4 different kinds you could get. So now we will go and we will start putting it together. Okay, now we're going to start putting it together. Now, one of the things that I did was I went ahead, where Carla had already did this, when she put the pattern, when she made the pattern and made sure everything fit. And then you can do the same thing, is that you can take your pattern and you can staple the parts that needs to go where they need to go. So that will kind of help you in knowing where you need to put each piece. So where is, so this is going to be the pocket. This is going to be this pocket right here. So this will help me know where everything needs to go. So, but anyway, just by doing this, this sort of gives me a visual of what I need to do and how it needs to be put together. So the first thing we're going to do is that we're going to put the gusset together, because by putting the gusset together, that can allow us to go ahead and add the pocket. Go ahead and add the pocket to it. So we know our pocket needs to go here. And then we're going to put our strap tab goes up here. So the first thing we're going to do is put the gusset together. Now we skived this, so now we need to glue it and then stitch it. We're going to do a 1/2 inch seam. So let me glue this. So here's the tabs right here. I'll go ahead and put this part together. And I'm using contact cement glue. Just gonna put enough on here to hold it together until I can sew it. I'm gonna let this dry for a couple of seconds and then I'll put it together. Okay. I want to make sure everything is lined up. We'll sew this, we'll do a 1/2 inch seam and then we'll open it up, fold it back, and do a top stitch. So I'm going to take the glue in this pad over to the sewing machine with me, so I don't have to come back over here and do that. So So we'll go ahead and get this sewn. Okay, now we're going to do a 1/2 inch seam, and because these machines do not have a marking on them as far as measurements, we just put a piece of tape here that's a 1/2 inch from the needle. So I'm going to use that as my guide to do my seam. I'm going to do a couple of back stitches. And like I say, I'm just using this tape as my guide. Now I'm going to do a top stitch. So basically what I would do, I would open this up. And one thing you want to remember, you don't want to glue this and wait until the next day before you work on it, because if you let that glue set too long, it's going to be hard to open it up. If you use a contact cement glue, if you're using something else, that may be a little different. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to open this up, and I'm going to glue it. I'm doing it here at the machine so I don't have to go back over to the table. Excuse me. So now what I'll do, I'm going to press this down. See how it's doing this here? It's kind of rolling. I need to bring this back up. Okay, so I need to make sure this is flat while I'm doing this. Much better. I want to press it, make sure it's flat. Now that's much better there. And that's what you want. You want this to be flat. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a top stitch. And basically what I'm doing, I'm taking the inside of this foot right here, and I'm going to line it right inside this gutter. But whatever you decide to do as far as doing your top stitch, it should be great. I'm just using that as my guide. This out of the way. Now I'll do the other side. Now, if you do not have a reducer on your machine, having a reducer make a big difference. So now I can use both hands, and I don't have to worry about turning this wheel and trying to control the speed. I can control the speed just by using the foot pedal. Okay. So now that we have that done, now we can start adding the pockets and the D-ring holder to the gusset. Okay, at this point, one of the things we want to do is I want to go ahead and attach the gusset to the back of the bag to make sure that, well, it doesn't really have to be the back, but it really needs to be attached to the back or the front of the bag. Well, you know what? I'm just going to take it and put it together as far as the front and back with the gusset. So I want to make sure that even though we have the patterns, we have this line here, I want to make sure it lines up to where when we put our pocket on, it's in the right place. See how on this one here, that pocket is right at the bottom of this bag, right at the bottom. So we want to make sure that the pocket is not going under or it's not up too high. So so that's the next step. I'm going to go ahead and put this together. And basically what I do, you can use a ruler, but I just fold the back, and I'll take a pencil and I'll just kind of put me a little mark there, because that's what I'm going to line this up with to make sure that I have it centered. And I'm going to do the same thing here, which is the flap, which is the flap in the back of the bag. So I'm going to fold it so I can get this centered. Like I say, you can use a ruler. And I'm just going to put me a mark there, just something, just enough that I can see it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to line up that mark with the center of the gusset. And I'm going to clamp it together. People normally ask me where we get these clamps. You can get them at Lowe's or Home Depot. I'll try to remember to put the link in the video so you can see the exact size. because I know they do sell them that are larger than what we have here. I think these are 3/4 of an inch. And I'm not sure where they're taking their measurements from when they say it's a 3/4 of an inch. But I want to make sure that everything lines up the way it should. Now, when I made this bag here, it was just straight from measurements that I took, and I just started making it. So this is the first time making this bag with the pattern. So what I want to do, I want to make sure that if these two here line up, so I'm going to take this back apart and I'm going to clamp this to where these line up. And this, I can stretch that and make it fit. This out of my way. Now I'll take this one. I'm going to do this one here first. I'm going to line this up. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to line this up and clamp it to make sure it's in the right place. Now I'll start from the bottom. The two places that I want to make sure that I do first is the bottom and around this corner and up here where it comes together. I want to make sure that those are put together first. Anywhere else I can stretch it to make it fit. Okay, so now what I want to do is that I want to take this out of the way. I want to take the back and I'm going to line it up. You remember I made my mark here, so I'm going to take that and I'm going to line it up with the center of the gusset. So I'm going to do the same thing. So this is in real time with this pattern. We have never made the bag with the pattern. Like I said, when I made this bag here, it was just strictly by measurements. I mean, I made a pattern, but this is the first time using the pattern after we have put it in the computer. But everything should fit. Get this clamped. Now let's do the other side. By putting it together, this would allow us to make sure that we'll put in the pocket in the exact place that it needs to be. And also, if we need to make an adjustment on the pattern, we can do that also. But this would just allow you, when you put your bag together, because you may want to change your pockets, the pocket size, the pocket placement. And if you do, this is a way to make those decisions and adjustments. So this is it. So I'm going to get some paper and stuff this. Let's stuff it. I think everything works the way it should. Well, like I say, now this is where I could take, my pockets and make sure that it falls exactly where I want it to fall. I'm going to mark this because I want to this would also allow me to see if it's falling in the right place on the pattern. That's my mark. So we'll take this back apart, and then we'll check everything. Really, I think that's good. We'll take it back apart, check everything, and this is going to go up here. No. It's going to go up here. It's good. Okay. Everything is good. So we'll take everything apart and get started. Okay, the next thing I want to do is that I want to measure inside the bag bottom, because this is where I'm going to put the styrofoam in order to house whatever I'm going to put in here. And the one thing you want to do is that this is where you're going to make the decision about what you're going to put inside your bag and how you're going to section everything off. So, but right now, what I need to do, I need to measure the side. This is, I'm going to put a 7-inch by, let's see here, 7, 7 by 13 and 3/4. So let me write that down. 7 by 13 and 3/4 of an inch. That's what I'm going to put. That's what side my styrofoam is going to be in the bottom. So now I'm going to go ahead and take it, well, unclamp everything, and I can start to put my pockets on the side, and also my D-ring holder. So I'm going to just go off camera and take these off. Now also keep in mind that if you feel like that the leather that you're using doesn't have enough body to it, you can, what you can do is that this is a piece here, we've been sewing on it, but I just want to show you this. This is a piece from a bag that we did a video on how to make a leather bag without a lining. We wanted some stiffness in that bag, so what we did, we put bag stiffener inside, well, between this piece of leather and the primary piece of leather, and that's what gave it that stiffness. But I don't think you'll need that because of the insert. What is it? Styrofoam. The insert styrofoam that you're going to put in, that's going to give your bag some stiffness to it. So for right now, what we're going to do, we're going to put the pocket on the front, and we're going to put the pocket on the side. But I also want to go ahead and check to see how close we are. So if this, that's our seam at a 1/2 inch. So if that's our seam here, it looks like we need to adjust this pattern to our pocket seam. Should be right here. And like I said before, this is the first time making this bag with this pattern, so we will adjust the pattern so the pocket will be right here instead of down here. It looks like when we did the pattern, we did not add the 1/2 inch seam to accommodate for this right here. It looks like this pocket here should be okay, but this we're going to readjust. So what we're going to do now is that our pockets, this is our pockets. Now you can create any style of pocket that you want to. It'll work. This particular pocket is a little different from what I normally do. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that when I fold this pocket, it's going to, is that right? No, that's not right. That's not right. It should be this way. Okay, so when I put this pocket on, so I want it to be 1.5 inches. This is bigger than it's 2 inches, so 1 3/4 inches. 1 3/4 inches, 1 3/4 inches. So the way this pattern, I mean this pocket is made, it's sort of fold in. So, but what I need is that I need 1.25 inches from each side, 1.75 inches, not 1.25 inches, 1.75 inches. So I'm going to line up 1.75 inches. Just going to put a mark here. And on the other side, I'm going to mark off 1.75 inches. So when I glue this on, it's going to be glued to where it's 1.75 inches from the side. This is contact cement glue. And the interesting thing about it is that when I made this bag right here, it was just making it as I go. So I don't even remember how I made it. So I'm just going by the pattern as if this is the first time I've made it, by using a pattern. And the reason why, let's see here, do I need to? The reason why I measured off 1.75 inches from the side is because when I take this and I center this flap, it's 1.75 inches from each side. So I want this pocket to, when it's folded and stitched, it's going to fall to where it falls under this flap here. So I'm going to sew this. I think I'm going to go ahead, try and put the other one on. See if I can sew it without disturbing it. But you know what? I need to put a little more glue on it to make it stick. Let this here be drying. Turn this one over. Measure this one out 1.75 inches on this side. Inch and 3/4 on this side. Go ahead and glue this one here, get it started. Okay, so let's put this one on. And like I say, you can, whatever style of pocket that you want to add to your bag is fine. This is just, like I said, this is just a different style of pocket. That I used on that bag, on the first one there. And we're going to let this dry for a minute. Let's see here. Kind of curious about this. So if this is right here, Okay. How's that going to work? Okay. Why is that so far away? This is here, and this is here. It'll still work. Okay. Okay, so what we're going to do now, we're going to go and sew on the side, and then we'll fold it down, and then let's see, how did I do that? Okay, then I sewed the bottom. Okay, so we're going to go and sew these on. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and sew the pockets on, and hopefully I do not disturb the other side. I'm going to do 3 stitches forwards, 3 stitches backwards. Do me at least 3 stitches backwards. Make sure it doesn't come loose on me over a period of time. So there are certain places you definitely want to put your at least 3 back stitches. Do this other side. I'm going to go ahead and close this one, close the bottom, and then I'll do the second one off camera. So let me burn this so I don't forget. So basically what I would do, let's see here. You know what? Let me go ahead and sew this because I don't want to disturb it to where it's no longer holding. The other one I don't have to worry about because it's stitched, and I don't want to have to re-glue this again. Okay. Like I say, this style of pocket here is just one that I've done on the other bag. There are so many different styles of pockets that you can put on your bag, and you don't even have to do the pockets. I just think with a camera bag, the more pockets you have, the better off you may be, because you'll be able to store different things. Okay, so basically what I will do now is I will just take the pocket and fold it over like this, and then see if I can kind of even that out. So basically what I try to do is right here, I try to even this out. It's not going to be perfect, but I just try to even it out. And then I would just take it, and you could glue that down. Now, the 206, it's much more heavy duty than the 205, so I would recommend, if you're using a 205, not to do this type of pocket, because this right here gets pretty thick. You're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 layers. So you need something that's going to sew through 4 layers. And the 205, I'm not sure if you will be able to do that. I'm not going to even do my back stitch first. I'll go back and do a back stitch. But I will do it on this side. So I'm going to go back and do a back stitch on this side. So this is the pocket. It has something of a gusset right here on the side. Kind of bring that over. So like I say, it's a different style of pocket. You don't have to choose to do this type of pocket. And also, you know, if your machine will not sew something that's real thick like this, you may want to choose a different style of pocket. So now I'm going to go ahead and do this other side. I'm going to go ahead and do my back stitch now. Okay. I'm going to go back on this side and tighten that up a little bit. Okay, so now what we can do, we can put the flap on, and we can also do the put the D-ring tab on. Look. And one thing you want to be aware of, that what just happened to me is, if you look here, how small this stitch is. Well, what happened was that it got hung up right here, and it wasn't moving. So I'm gonna go off camera. I'm going to re-sew this. I'm gonna take this out, re-sew it, because I don't really like the way that looked there. That can be better. So I'll go off camera, re-sew that, and then we'll put the flap on, and then we'll put the D-ring holder on. Okay, I wasn't satisfied with neither side, so I'm going to go back and redo them again. Just wasn't satisfied with the stitch, so I'll go back, re-stitch it. And this is a time when you want to give your machine a little help by pulling. Okay, that's much better there. Much better. Much better. Now I'm going to go back and do a back stitch on the side where I started. That is much better. It looks better. I hate to just put something out there and I don't feel like it's the best that I can do. So that's much better there. Okay, the next thing we're going to do, now that we have the pocket sewn on, which is, this is what we just did. We just sewed the pockets on. Now we're going to sew the flap, and we're going to sew on the D-ring holder tab. That's what this is right here. So that's this piece here, which is right here. So, but what we have to do before we sew this tab on, we have to cut this slit in right here, so we'll be able to put our, this is a D-ring, so we will be able to put our D-ring in. Now, you can also use an O-ring. You can also use the O-ring. This one is kind of big, but I think it, as far as scale, it'll still work for this bag, and I think this is like a 3-inch. But what we're going to do, no, it's a 2-inch. This is a 2-inch. So what we're going to do, we're going to use the 2-inch D-ring. We have the 2-inch strap, which will go over the D-ring like this, and then we're going to punch 2 holes, and we're going to cut a slit in here. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's take a measurement. This is 3/8 by 1 inch. Why do I have 1/2 inch on there? No, it's a 1/2 inch by 1 inch. So I'm going to mark off. I'm going to mark off a 1/2 inch from the top. So I'll just draw a line all the way across here. And then I will mark off 1 inch from the side. There's my 1 inch from the side. My 1 inch from the side. And that's going to leave me my 2 inch. So this, how wide is this? This right here is 4 inches. So we're taking off 1 inch on this side, 1 inch on this side. That'll leave us 2 inches. And that's what's going to allow that D-ring holder to go off into that tab. So we'll do the same thing on this side. We'll do a 1/2 inch. Mark off a 1/2. 1 inch by 1 inch. So now what we're going to do, we're going to punch a hole right where we have where the lines crosses each other. And what you can use whatever size punch that you want. I'm just using the largest size. I think this is like a number 4. I'm not sure, but I'll try to remember to put it in the video what size it is. But it really doesn't matter what size you use. Basically what you're doing, you're punching a hole here, then you're going to cut this line, and the hole is really to stop the stress from just going straight across. If you if you did not punch a hole and you just cut a line there, that stress can keep going. So by punching a hole, that allows the stress to go around and back to this line again. So we're going to punch. We're going to punch a hole. On each. And then we're going to use the X-Acto knife to cut this line here from one. You can actually use a rotary cutter to cut this. It'll be easier and quicker. So I want to cut right into the hole that I punched, and then this will fit in like this. So that's how that goes. Now we'll take this and we're going to sew it onto our gusset. But we want to sew this pocket flap on first. And if you notice, this flap is different from this one here. This one just the raw edge that I use. I just took the raw edge of the hide and I just cut out a piece and made it fit. But this is just the raw edge. But this is something that we did on the computer. But you, like I say, you can cut out your pocket or your flap to give it any look that you want to give it. So we have this one done. Now we'll get the other one punched and cut. Okay, now we have this one punched and cut. But what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and glue the D-ring holders right now so it can be ready for us to sew. Once we glue it, we're going to sew right around the bottom of the D-ring, and then that would allow us to have it prepared to go inside of the tab after it's been sewn. So we're just going to put just a little contact cement, and that's just to hold it until we sew it. Okay, so we got this done. Now we need to get everything set up so we can line up the flap and the tabs. Okay, so let's close up the D-ring holder. And what I do, I kind of pull it to make it tight, and then I'll press around the bottom. So what we're going to do now, I want to get it set up to where I know this line I'm ready to draw here is the top of this bag right here, right across here. So I'm going to draw this line across, just a little, and this type of leather here, you can rub that out. So some leather you can rub that out and some you cannot. But however it, basically really you can just take a ruler and put it there. Now you still need to have some type of marking. It's easier. And then we need to see how wide. See here, this is 2 1/4. This is 2 1/8. So we're gonna go right in between 2 1/4 and 2 1/8. So this is going to be where and also keep in mind we're going to do some adjustment with the pattern to where this will come down a little lower, and that will give you more room here. But right now, because this is my first time working with the pattern before we really finalize it, I have to kind of make this work. So we're going to, I think I'll put this on first. I'm going to put glue all the way around, but just around the edges. Just around the edges. And that's just to hold it on until I sew it. And I think I'm going to glue this one right here. Yeah. So I'll glue this. And you don't have to do yours in this style. I'm going to line this up and glue this. We'll take it over to the sewing machine and sew it. And I think I'll do the other side after I sew this here down, because if I try to do both of them, have them both glued down, and then go and sew it, I can disturb one side. So in order for me not to do that, I'm going to do it one side at a time. Okay, I'm going to do two things here. I'm going to sew the D-ring holders. I'll do that last, but I'm going to sew the tab, the D-ring holder tab on, and I'm going to sew the pocket. So I'll start with the tab first, and I'm going to start here. And the reason why I'm going to start here is because that's where you will see the stitch start, and it'll be covered by the D-ring holder. So go ahead and I won't do a back stitch until I come back around. And this is why I did not want to do the other side, because see how I'm folding this up? It would disturb the glue, and I would have to re-glue it again. So instead of doing it twice, I would rather just do them separate. Just a little more. Now I'll tell you, I made a mistake here, and I saw it and did not go ahead and correct it when I could have. So what I did was, if you notice right here, you notice here, see how this one come out to the point? This one here, I did not go over far enough, which I should have, and I saw it. I saw it and did not go ahead and do a half stitch, and that's why that kind of looks like it's slanted there. So we think that if we just go ahead and do something, it can't be seen, but if you can see it, someone else can see it. But I just want to point that out to you. Now I can, and I still may do that. I may go back, take this stitch out, and correct that, because that can be corrected. So now what we're going to do, we're going to stitch across here. Let's see here. And really I need to put the zipper foot on it, because this side of the foot here is going to hit up against this right here. So I can't get over as far as I want to, because I want to get as close as possible to the edge of this. So I could, yeah, let me do that. I'm going to go ahead and just change out the foot, which is okay because I need to sew these two tabs. If you do not have a zipper foot for your machine, I highly recommend you get one, because there's a lot of things that you're going to be doing, and a zipper foot would just make things easier for you. When we first got started, we had no idea how valuable a zipper foot would be, so we never had one. But now we know how valuable it is, so every machine that we get, we try to make sure we get a zipper foot. So I'm going to sew this here down first. Now this is not always the way I will do my flap, but it is a different way. So basically what I did was I sewed this here down first, and then I'm going to fold this over, and then I'm going to sew on top of that to give it like a finished look, but also keep it to where it doesn't stand up like this. It will automatically fold down. But before I do that, because I have to put the other foot back on, I'm going to go ahead and sew these tabs. And the zipper foot works great because it allows you to get right up against the bottom of that D-ring. Let's do the other one. I don't know if my thread just broke or if my bobbin just ran out. If my bobbin just ran out, well, it was right on time, because so do this before I forget. Let's see here. Wow, it just ran out. So I'm going to rethread the bobbin and then finish up the second one, and then we'll sew the top of this one. Okay, now that I refilled the bobbin, let me go ahead and sew this, and then we'll do the top of that pocket. Okay, so now and I did not have to stitch this, it just gives it a more of a finished look. So I'm going to change the zipper foot back out and put the regular foot back on. That'll give me more pressure on top of that pocket when I get ready to sew it. Okay. So basically what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take this pocket, I'm going to fold it over, and I'm just going to sew right on top of that. I'm going to start right in on top of that thread. Do one back stitch. Ah. Okay, see how it gives it a finished look at the top? So that's what we wanted. Now, I will go off camera and I will do the other side. There's no sense in me boring you with showing you the same thing twice. And this will go in here. I think I'm going to put one rivet in here, but I think I may end up sewing across here. I have to think about that first. Or I just may put two rivets. If I put two rivets, I won't sew this. But if I put one rivet, I'll sew it. But I'll think about that. But see how that gives your pocket a nice finished look. So I'll do the other side off camera, and then we'll make a decision about what we're going to do here. And see, the thing about also doing this bag is that once you put all the pockets on, well, putting the bag together, it's so simple that, you know, it doesn't take a long time to make this bag because you're not doing the edge coating and the lining and all that gluing. It's just totally different. So, but anyway, let me go off camera, finish the other side. Okay, now that I have both of the tab holders stitched on and with the pockets done, the next thing I'm going to do, and I've thought about this, I was thinking about if I was going to sew across here and just put one rivet. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put two rivets in here because this is pretty thick, even though the Console 206 can sew it. But I'm going to go ahead and just put two rivets in here. And then, after we do that, I'm going to put the snaps on the pocket. So basically what I'm going to do, I don't want to go too close to the top of this split. So I'm just going to mark off where I'm going to put my rivets. And I'm not using a ruler, but most people probably would. which is the best way to know that you have it lined up where you want it. I'm just doing it by sight. And I want to also make sure that I show my stitch here. So I'm going to go ahead and punch my hole. I'm going to use a large rivet. These are double cap rivets. So I'll put my rivet through. Open this. I'll put my cap on the back. Then I'll do the other side. Make sure my stitch is showing. And I just kind of tap it just so I can see if it's centered before I go ahead and punch the hole. And I always twist my punch out. The first one did not go all the way through. Okay. If I would have stitched it across, I would only put in one rivet, because the stitch would have held it in and the rivet would have been there to handle the stress. So we're going to close these. Okay, now we'll take the hand press and we'll close them. Do the other side. And these are things I want to do before I put attach the gusset to the bag. It's just easier to do while everything is still flat. That's one of the best ways to do everything, and that's when it's still flat. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to put snaps, line 20 snaps here. And you can use, however you want to close them. You can use a lace, magnetic snap, but I'm just going to use a line 20 snap to close these. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put the snaps on, and I'm going to put this part of the snap on first, so in that way, once I put it on, I can press down, get an imprint, and I'll know exactly where to put the second part of the snap. Now I'm going to stuff the pocket with some tissue, so in that way, when I put the snap on, well then it would allow me to put more inside the pocket. If I just press it down and put the snap on it, I won't be able to put much in that pocket. So I want to be able to put as much as possible in that pocket, so I just stuff it. So that way now I can at least put some batteries or whatever, but I can at least put something in there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to find where I think is the center And you can use your own judgment of how you want to put your snap on. But I'm going to find what I think is the center. And I'm going to put me, come over a little bit. I'm going to put me a hole right here. Now there's two parts to the snap. We do have a video on how to apply snaps, but there's two parts. I'm going to put this first part on, which is the top part, what I call the cap. And we're going to close it. Now I could take this part, I could take the cap, and I could press down, get an imprint. So I got an imprint, but I'm going to press down, put a little mark right in the center of that imprint, so that's why I want to punch my hole. But also, you want to make sure you put something in between there so you don't punch a hole through your gusset. So I'm going to take the second part, put it in from the back side. Then I go all the way through. I don't think so. Close, but not all the way through. Okay, and that went all the way through. Take the second part. And this one here, I'm going to have to just maneuver this on top. Like I say, it's much easier to do this while everything is still flat. That's your pocket. So you have your rivet on, and then you have your pocket. I'm going to go ahead and do the snap for this for the other side, and then we will start to work on the front of the bag, putting that pocket on. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put my pocket on, and it's going to be 2 3/4 from the side. So I'm measuring off 2 3/4. And I will put my mark 2 3/4. And 2 3/4 from the other side. I'd already put a mark at the top here. So we got 2 3/4. So I'm going to glue this. And then sew it. Now, like I say, this style of pocket here is just one that I'm choosing for this bag. You can put any style of pocket on here. So I'm going to take this, I'm just going to line it up. Line this one up on this side. So even though the pocket looks like it's too big, it's basically going to allow me to develop my own gusset. But I want to make sure And I got this lined up at the top where it needs to be. So we're gonna make this, you have it about 2 1/8 from the top. And this one here needs to come down 2 1/8. But that's not right. That's not right. Two. Two 1/8. I should have did this before I glued it. That's oh, I had to go back and redo this because I'm not doing this right. So I'm gonna put my pocket on here. I need for everything to be even. So this is 2 inches. 2 inches from the top. And 2 3/4 of an inch from the side. 2 3/4 of an inch from the side. So this is where I need to put my pocket. I've already glued it. So I need for this to be even. Okay. Now, I feel more comfortable with that. So I'm going to sew this, and then I will sew the bottom of it, of the pocket. Okay, so I'm going to sew the side of the pocket, and then I'll sew the bottom of the pocket. As always, here I'm sewing about 1/8 of an inch seam. I'm going to do a couple of back stitches. I'll do the other side. Okay, now I'll sew up the bottom of the pocket. And burn this so I don't forget. Now what I'll do, just like I did the side pocket, I'll take this and I'll sew up the bottom. Like I say, this is pretty thick, but this machine will handle it. So that's why I say, you know, make a decision on what type of pockets you want to do that your machine will handle it. And I'll go back and do my back stitch. I'm going to help the machine out by pulling the leather. Now I'll do a back stitch over here. And I'll go back to the other side and do a back stitch. Because this side, I just wanted to get it started. We'll burn this and lock it in. I will still do a back stitch. I can turn this way. Okay. Now we'll put the flap on. We'll do the same thing like I did before, but I'm going to glue this. I'm doing it here so I don't have to go back over to the table to do it. But I'm going to glue this. Glue it down. But you know, I think what I need to do, I need to change this foot out. That I did before. And put the zipper foot back on so I can sew it down, and then I'll do my top stitch. When I do my top stitch, I have to put the regular foot back on. So I'm going to do my stitch to stitch it down. Now, I'll do my top stitch. And the same thing with this, I'll put a snap on it, on the pocket. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to sew this down, but I need to put the regular foot back on. And really after this, we have all the different components stitched. After this, we can really go ahead and start putting the bag together. So we'll stitch this here. Oh, I messed that up. I really messed that up. See how my pocket is going upward? But, you know what? I'm going to have to leave it and put it on and make it look like that's the way it's supposed to be. But it shouldn't have done that. But it's okay. It'll still work. I don't know what I did wrong. I guess I didn't have this pulled down enough. But it'll still look good. Okay, now that we have the pocket sewn, but let me tell you this. There was a time when I would have looked at this and say, oh, what a big mistake that I made. But you know what? It's not that it's bad. It's just not what I was intended to do. So I'm going to still use it, and it's still going to come out great. It just was not my intention, but it's okay. So what we're going to do just like we did with the gusset pocket, is that we're going to put a snap on here, and I think I'm going to put my snap about right here. Take all this off. So I'm put my snap right here. Okay, so now we'll put the paper back in. So I want that. I'm going to make sure this is flat. That's where I'm going to put my snap. Take the paper back out. Punch my hole. Change out. Again, that's why I say it's so much easier to do this when everything is flat. So we can put this back. Now really we have all the components done that we can actually start putting the bag together. So that's what the font is going to look like. So next thing we'll do, we'll start putting everything together. Okay, now that we have the pocket, the front pocket sewed onto the front of the bag, and this is what you're looking at. You're looking at the front of the bag here. Now, you don't have to put a pocket on the front, and it also depends on how you're going to close your bag. I use these grommets to close the bag. And I'm going to do the same thing on this one, but you can use a strap to close it. You can use a turn lock, whatever you choose to use. But you have to think about that before you start, because that would depend on your pocket, where you place your pocket. You can even put two pockets and have a strap. So it just depends on how you want to design the front of your bag and how you're going to close it. But I'm going to use a grommet. So I'm going to go ahead and punch the hole for my grommet. Now, earlier I put this mark here to center the front of the bag. So I'm going to use that same mark there to determine where I'm going to put the grommet. So this is, my mark is right here. So I'm going to put my grommet on the side of the way. I'm going to place my grommet, and I'm going to go up high enough so I can sew around that grommet. So I'm going to go up just a little more closer to that pocket. I'm going to make a mark. So I just made a mark here. Now I'm going to punch that hole. I'm going to put my grommet here, and I'll put the back on it. Now, if you purchase some grommets, make sure you get a grommet setter, and make sure that it's for the size grommet that you're going to use, because grommets comes in different sizes. Here's one that's much larger. So they come in different sizes, so you want to make sure you get the grommet setter for your grommet. So we're going to place the grommet on top of the grommet setter, put the top on it, we'll put the backing on it, and then we're going to just hit it. And that's it. So now that we have the grommet set, the next thing we will do is, because we have all of our pockets and D-rings holders attached, we have our front pocket attached. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to attach the front of the bag to the grommet. To gusset, the front of the bag to the gusset. So I'll get my clamps and we will get that set. Okay, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to glue the gusset to the front of the bag. So I'm going to put contact cement glue all the way around the back of the front of the bag, and I'm going to do the same thing on the gusset. And remember now, when you do this, make sure that you're gluing this lower end of the gusset, because that's the end that's going to go to the front of the bag. So that's the side that you want to glue. So we'll glue this. And I'm not putting a lot of glue. This is pretty thick right here. That's too thick. But I want the glue to be kind of thin now. But right around the corners here, I want to widen that. I want that to be a little wider than what I'm putting around the edges. And the reason why is because when you get ready to sew around your corners, you want to make sure that you can press it down and it'll stay down so you can sew it. And I'll show you what I'm talking about when we get ready to sew that. But I'm just going to put this glue all the way around. And back to my corners again. I'm going to make that a little wider. And this glue have some age to it. I really like my glue having age to it when I'm gluing something, than when it's just real fresh. It sticks better. So now I will glue around the gusset. Like I said, remember it's the lower end of the gusset, not the higher side, the lower side. Like I said, I don't really need a lot, just enough to move this bag out of the way. And the glue I'm using, you can get it from Home Depot or Lowe's. It's a contact cement glue. You can get it by the gallon, or they sell a very small jar for about $6 or $7. But you can get a gallon for like $30, which is a lot less than spending $75 if you went to Tandy Leather Factory. Okay, so now what I will do, I have my center part. This is the mark that I did from the very beginning. And I'm going to line it up with I'm lining my center up with the center of the gusset. And I want to make sure we use clamps to hold it in place. And I want to make sure that the front of the bag and the gusset is even across the top here. That's going to make a big difference when you start to sew it. And when I put my clamps on, I'm not putting them on to where they're down here like this. I'm putting the pressure right on top of where the glue is. And if it's not straight, you can pull it apart and put it back together again. So I will start from the bottom of the front of the bag, work my way around. That's not even. Now what I will do is that I will now line up the lower part of the gusset and the top of the front of the bag to make sure that they're even. And then I will work my way back around to the corner of the bag. So I will start to do the corners now. And remember that the leather can stretch. If it doesn't feel like it's, or look like it's going to fit. Now, in this curve here, I will put the clips down much further. Then I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. Make sure that I get these two corners lined up. So once we get this clamped, then we'll sew it. And that would allow us to go ahead and start preparing for the insert, because we want to see if we can get the insert cut, which is the styrofoam. Get that cut before we attach it to the gusset to the back of the bag. Okay, so that's going to be the front of the bag with the gusset. So we'll sew this and then we will attach it. No, I think what we'll do, we'll sew it and then we would take the measurements and create the insert for the inside of the bag. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to sew the gusset to the front of the bag. I need to straighten this out. And I'm doing about 1/8 of an inch seam, but whatever you choose. Anytime I sew from the outside, I like to do the 1/8 of an inch seam. So, but like I say, that's my choice. So whatever you choose to do, I'm going to do a couple of stitches forward and then a couple of back stitches. I need to move my light down so I can see. Now I'm sewing this from the Yeah, from the front side. Okay. Now, when I get around this curve here, I need to make sure that everything is flat when I get ready to sew around that. And that's why I put a little more glue around here than I did anywhere else, because I want this to be flat and I want that glue to hold it when I push it down. And this is where I do like one stitch at a time and I pivot to keep it in line with what I'm trying to do. And this is where I'm talking about that if your leather is too thick, you will need to skive it so you can push this around this corner down. You need that to be flat when you're sewing that. If not, you would have a hard time trying to sew around that corner. So if you don't have a skiving machine, get you a hand skiver. So in that way, it would help you out a lot. Now, when you get ready to go over to the center part, it may be a little thick, so you may need to help your machine out. What I will do sometimes is that I will grab the leather with my left hand and kind of pull it to help it go across that. But if you have it skived, you might not have to do that. But if it's not skived, you may have to do that. Okay, so I'm going to go around this other corner. So I need to make sure that it's flat. Now, people have come in the shop, have seen the camera bag, and they didn't know it was a camera bag, but they would ask me, was that a bag for carrying pets? So, just to keep that in mind, that you can make a bag for carrying, I guess they call them lap dogs, little small pets. If you was traveling. I want to make sure this is lined up. Yeah, that's good. I went too far. Back that up. Do a couple of back stitches. That's it. So we're going to get our styrofoam insert together, and then we will add the gusset to the back of the bag. So we got that stitched. Now we will add the gusset to the back of the bag. Let me cut Okay, now that we have the font and the gusset sewed together, now what we're going to do is we're going to sew the back, which is the back and the flap of the bag together. And I had my mark, which is right here. This is my center. So I need to line it up with the center of my gusset. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to glue all the way around the gusset, but I need to find out where I need to glue. I did not mark it when I put it together before, so I'm going to put this together. I'm going to clamp it together, and then I need to mark it. So I'm going to go off camera. Let me put these over here. I'm going to go off camera and I'm going to clamp the bag together. And then we need to mark it so I know exactly where I need to start my gluing. So I'm going to go off camera and mark this. Let me put the clamp. Okay, what I did was I went off camera to clamp the gusset to the bag. Put this on here. And so basically the reason why I did that, and I should have did this when I had it together before, but I need to put a mark here so I know this is where I need to start my glue line when I glue the gusset. To the back of the bag. So we're going to take this back apart. And then we're going to glue it. So what we're going to do, we're going to glue from this mark that I made all the way around back over to this side, to this mark, and then we're going to glue the gusset. Let's see, I'll turn this way. And we're going to glue from right here, from this peak right here, all the way around to the other side. And I'm using contact cement glue. I am not putting a lot of glue on it, just enough to hold it until I can sew it. Like I say, this glue here have aged. It's not fresh, and I like it this way because when I'm putting it on, it's going to stick better than if it was fresh. That's why I'm not putting a lot of glue on here. I'm going to do the same thing with the front and the back of the bag and the gusset. Now, right in this corner here, this curve, like I did before, I'm going to add just a little more glue there. And I'll do the same thing with the other part of the bag. Move this out of the way. With the other part of the bag. Glue this down. Okay, now that I have this glued, now what I'll do, I will glue from here all the way around. And like I say, right in this curve here, I'm going to put just a little, put it just a little wider. Start from this mark. I'm gonna let this kind of dry for a minute, and then I'm going to take this. So what I normally would do, get this out of my way, is I will fold this here back, and then I'll take this and here's my mark for the center. So I'm going to line it up with my center here. And like before, I want to make sure that these are even. Like I said before, it'll make a big difference when you get ready to sew that. Just like I did the gusset to the front of the bag, I'm using the same process. Once I get my curve at the bottom, then I go up to the top and do the top part to make sure that everything lines up the way it needs to. Now that I got this curve done, I'll go up here and I'll go to the top. Make sure that that's lined up where it should be. Clamp it. Make sure that it's even. Now I'll go off camera and do the other side, and then we will sew it together. You know, I just realized something as I was putting this together. I think I've gotten a little ahead of myself, because what I need to do, and I need to do it while this is flat, and that is, I need to put this part right here on the bag. This piece here, this I can do later, but this I need to do it now because I need for it to be flat. I know there is a way to make this more simpler, but like I say, this is in real time for me. I'm working out this pattern. So I'm going to put a couple of notches to see if this could help make this simpler. So I'm just going to put a couple of notches here. Okay, so this is the top of the bag. And I'm going to put a couple of notches. To see how this works out. So line these up. There got to be an easier way to do this. And like I said, when I made the bag, this is 1 inch from the side. It was all by measurement without a pattern. Okay, so this is where we're going to glue it. We're going to glue this on and then we'll sew it. And I'm going to use contact cement glue to glue it. Take this off here. And I'm going to just glue this complete piece . Because the strap, we can put it on later. I mean the handle. I think so. I'm saying that now, but I think we can put it on later. So we're going to take this and glue this on here. We'll let that dry for a minute and then we'll sew. Okay, I'm going to start on the side, right in the center. This is about a 1/8 of an inch seam. And this is what I mean by it is always easier to do certain work while the bag is still flat. If I would have made the mistake in sewing this back onto that gusset and then trying to put this on, I could have done it, but it would have given me a hard time. It's just easier to do it while it's still flat. So that's why you have to really think through your process. And I was not thinking through the process. That's why I almost forgot. So now that we have this stabilizer sewn on, now I will go back, I will reclamp it, and then we will sew, do my back stitch, and then we will sew the gusset to the back of the bag. Now what I'll do is I'll go back and I will re-glue around the back of the bag and the gusset, clamp it together, and then we will sew it together. So I'm going to go off camera and do that so I don't bore you with what we've already done once. So this is what it looks like. So I'm going to go off camera and glue and clamp. Now what I'll do is I'll go back and I will re-glue around the back of the bag and the gusset, clamp it together, and then we will sew it together. So I'm going to go off camera and do that so I don't bore you with what we've already done once. So this is what it looks like. So I'm going to go off camera and glue. Okay, now that we have gone back and re-glued the back to the gusset, now we're going to go and sew it. And once we sew it, well, then we can put the handle. No, I think what we'll do, once we sew it, we'll go ahead and do the insert. So let's go ahead and sew the back to the gusset. Okay, we're going to go ahead and sew the back to the front. I'm going to start right here at the peak of the gusset. And I'm going to do try to start right in that stitch there. Okay. Now I'll come back around and do my back stitch. And again, like before, I want to make sure that when I go around this curve here, everything is flat. And this is where I kind of do like a couple of stitches at a time. Now, if your leather was much thicker, well, thicker and had more body to it, it's a little more difficult to sew this part, but it can be done. Bring you up. And again, when you go over this, the center part, it depends on your leather. You might have to help your machine get across there. Now, if you have a cylinder arm sewing machine, it would be much easier for you to sew past this part here of your bag. Even I think we may even have to bring the bag around this way through here. I'm not sure yet until we get there. But if you did, the cylinder machine works much better for something like that. But if you just got a flat bed like this, sometimes it's a little more difficult. So this is where I want to make sure that everything is flat. Just have to work my way past that. Now I'm going to do a couple of back stitches here just to make sure that that doesn't come apart. Okay, we're just about finished with this. Now I'll go and do my back stitch from where I started. Okay, now the bag is sewn together, and now we're going to do the insert. Now if you notice, we have not did anything with the shoulder strap, but we'll do the shoulder strap when we do the handle. Okay, so we'll go back over, and it's looking good. We'll go back over and do the insert. Okay, now here's the bag. This is after we have sewn it together. I just have paper stuffed in it right now, but this is what it looks like. And I better check something. I just want to just check to make sure I can still put this handle on here before I go any further, but I think we should be able to. But what we're going to do now is that we're going to create the insert for this bag. So this is what it is looking like inside right now. And what we're going to do, this is the insert that came out of this bag here. And basically what you want to do is that you want to decide what you're going to put in the bag, and that would allow you to design the insert that you want it to look like. So we have two cameras. We have two lenses. And these are the receiver and the transmitter for the wireless mic. So this is what we ended up with this here. So just to see, will this fit in here? So it fits. So what we're going to do is that we're going to create the insert for this bag. And like I say, you will design it however you want it to be. And we only have the insert on the side, but you can put it to where it come all the way up on each side here. So we're going to see if we can create this one to where it comes all the way up to here, which will give the bag more body. And if you notice with the insert in there, it gives it more body. And then this part here, it actually fits on top. And that allows us to put other pieces on top of here. So that's what's going to give our bag the body that it needs. So I'm going to make a template based up on the measurements of this bag. And basically what I did was that once I cut everything out, I just used the contact cement glue to glue it together. And it's not something that you'll be taking in and out of the bag, so it will hold. So what we'll do, we'll get us some oak tag paper, make us a pattern, and I need a tape measure. Or what I can do is that I can just measure, well, Let me get a tape measure. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to measure the inside of the bag from seam to seam, and I'll see how that works out. So this one here is going to be 8 inches, 8 inches by 14 inches. So we're going to go 8 inches by 14 inches. Yes, 8 inches by 14 inches. We'll see how this works out. So I'm going to go 14 inches. Be from here. By 8 inches. By 8. This is my 8 inch. And once I get the bottom, I will sort of build around that. I'm going to cut this out. We'll cut this out and see how that I normally would not make a pattern for this. I would just measure it, put it on top of the styrofoam and cut it out. But because I am doing this in real time on camera, I think it's better that I go ahead and make the pattern. So this I got something way off here. I need to take off about a ½ an inch. How did I get that at 8 inch? I need to take off a ½ an inch. How did I get that at 8? I need it 8 inches. 7 inches. It should have been 7 inches, not 8. Should have been. What did I say? 8 by 14. So it's going to be. Let me write this down. It's going to be 7 by 13.5 inches. So I'm going to take off a ½ inch here on the side. Then I'm going to take off 1 inch no, what did I do wrong? No, it should have been 1 inch from this side. 1 inch from the side, so instead of being 8 inches, it should have been 7 inches. One inch, and then a ½ inch from the side. Now let's see how this fit. So don't go by my measurements. Take your own to make sure it fits the way you want it to fit. Okay, so that fits, I would say, perfect. We may have to take a little bit off here, but maybe not. But we will use this as our template. And this template is, just to give you the measurements, this template is 13 3/4 by 7. So this came out to be 13 3/4 by 7. So we will start off with our let's get our phone. Oh, let me show you this before I forget. This is the glue that we'll start using for our water-based glue. The Tight Bond, I think, is what we was using. That one wasn't as good as what we wanted it to be, because when we glue, we would hear a crackling sound and we had to water it down. This glue here, you don't have to do anything to it. And you can get this at, well, really anywhere, but Lowe's or Home Depot for about 18 bucks. And you can't beat that price there. And it's strong. It really works. So let's get our foam here. Like I said at the beginning, I don't know if it's going to be big enough, but I think it will be. Okay. So we're going to trace this out. Then we'll cut it out. We may have to do a little trimming. And I'm just going to use a knife. To cut this. And you can find this in the dark gray. Like I say, this was some that was just here. I have no idea where it came from. But I know you can find this in gray. And if anybody know where they can find it online, post it for us so we all can know exactly where to get this from. And we'll probably take off. See, this is about 5 layers. So let's take off at least 2 layers. And if anybody knows an easier way to cut this, post it for us. Okay, so we'll use this. Oh yeah. It's perfect. So what I would do now is I will put me a side on here. Oh, that's perfect right there. That side is perfect. We'll turn it this way. Oh, that's perfect. So basically what I did, I took the part that I took from the bottom and I'm going to have it attached to where it's going to become my side. And I'll do the same thing over on this side. But this side here, I'm going to have to make it a little shorter, not as tall. So I'm going to take off about a 1/2 inch. I'll take off about a 1/2 inch of this here. Well, before I do that, you know what I want to do? I'm going to go ahead and use this to cut out another piece so I have everything that I need to finish this out. And I can use some of this here to do my other insert. So this was enough. So I'll take off 2 layers. Not as even I would like for it to be, but I really messed that up. Okay, so I need to take off a 1/2 inch from here. Let's take off, yeah, about a 1/2 inch. And really, the only thing we need to do as far as finishing out the bag is we need to, okay, so, is that we need to do the strap and the handle. Okay, so this is going to go here. Glue that onto there. And then this will go here. That'll go there. And now what I need to do is do the sides and the other insert. Okay, so I'm going to clear everything off and so I can start working with this much better. Okay, now what we're going to do, we're going to put the pieces together think this is my bottom. This is one side. This is the other side. So what we're going to do is going to use a little contact cement glue. And I'm going to glue this I think I'll go ahead and glue the bottom to make it stick better. And you might find some other material to use for your insert, but and the thing about doing this is that you are actually making the bag to accommodate whatever you are trying to accommodate. And if you was making the bag for someone else, what you could probably do is, I know that you can get this styrofoam that's sort of pre-cut, and then they're able to insert it the way they want it to be. Let's see how this is going to work here for us. I may have should let that glue dry a little more. But I pre-cut the sides out, and I'm going to glue this in. Yeah, I'm going to have to let this dry, so I'm probably going to have to put something up next to it to keep it upright. Okay. So I'm going to cut out and for me, I guess if I could put this in there to help stabilize it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So probably about 6 inches. And I probably should have used some glue that is more aged, because this is kind of watery. Let me get some more glue. Okay, now that I got the 4 sides together, the one thing that you can do is that you can, whatever equipment you're going to put in, you can just cut out inserts, but don't glue them down. So in that way, you can always say that I'm going to put something in there different, and you can still make it fit just by, let's see here, this is 6 inches, just by moving it. You know, so in that way, if it's glued down, well then you can only put a certain size in there. But by not gluing it down, that allows you to move it around to where it fit what you want it to fit. So that's one way of doing that. And let's say if I want to put my lenses in here, then I can just put that in like that. So that's what that could be like. Let's see here. Okay, I went off camera and I redid the styrofoam insert. I would recommend that you get the darker color, the gray. It just looks better. With this one here, you can see the glue, and it just looks tacky. But just for the sake of the video, is to show you, how you can develop your insert. I am not pleased with this, but like I say, just for the sake of the video, I did just go ahead and use what we had. And also, I did not measure this out when I put these in. So you want to make sure that you put whatever you're going to add in there, that you make sure everything is measured out and put in place before you glue it. I just glued it, just eyeballed it and glued it, and you can see that did not work. So anyway, this is just to show you how to do your insert. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do the strap, the handle, and we're going to do the strap. So what we're going to do, we're going to create this handle here. And the thing about this is that you can create whatever type of handle that works for you. This is just something that I did. And I'm not even sure how I did it, but I'm going to try to recreate it. And now for the strap for this bag is 2 inches wide. So we picked up these 2-inch spring clips from Ohio Travel Bag. Take this off of here so you can kind of see this. So we're going to create this strap with a 2-inch spring clip and with a slider on it. You can also get these sliders from Ohio Travel Bag also. But what we're going to do first, we're going to create this handle here. So what we have the pattern for the handle, we have the leather that's cut out for the handle. I went off camera trying to remember just exactly how I did that. I know this is 2 inches from here to here. From right here, this is 2 inches. So we're going to put the rope inside, and it's going to only be up to 2 inches from each side. And like I say, I'm going to try to create this. So what I think I did was, I tried to do it here to make sure, is that we're going to do 2 inches from each end. We'll mark off 2 inches. And the handle is, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4 inches wide. So we're going to mark off 1 inch from each side. I hope it come out the way it's supposed to, but if not, we'll be able to figure out why it did not. So we're going to mark off. Now, we are going to take our rope, put some tape around this. That's just by habit to keep it from unrolling. So now what we're going to do, we're going to measure off from this 2 inch mark to this 2 inch mark. We're going to cut 2 of these. and we're going to glue them. And if it works the way I think it should, we will sew it. So we're going to glue this. If it doesn't work, I'm going to have to go off camera, figure it out, and then come back and show you how it's done. And I'm using contact cement glue. Like I said, I have no idea how I did that. And this is just one of those bags that I made it because I needed something to put our equipment in, and I just made it just by using measurements and without even thinking about it really. Okay, so we're going to put this one here. We're going to put this one right here. So if I fold this, and if I fold this one, I should let the glue dry a little more so it'll stick better. Yeah, it's not sticking, so let me let the glue dry just a little more. Okay, let's see if it sticks a little better now. And then we'll go and sew this. So it looks like what I did. Okay, let's see what I did. So it looked like what I did was I just stitched alongside the rope, and then I did a stitch all the way around, put the rivets. Yeah, I stitched this here, and then I attached it with the rivet. So let's go and stitch this. Still trying to keep coming up. Let's go and stitch this here. It's a little wider, but that'll work. Okay, we're going to stitch this. Okay, now I am using a zipper foot, so that's going to allow me to get very close up against this rope. And I'm going to start. I'm just going to kind of put me a little mark here so I can have me a starting place. So we're going to start here. I want to get as close as possible up against that rope. I'll do a back stitch. And I am kind of pulling the leather, see, because that foot it's just not putting enough pressure. So I'll do my back stitch. Okay. Then I'll do the other side. And there are so many different styles of handles that you can make for your bag. So we'll start here. I didn't do my back stitch, so I have to go back and do that after I stitch it. Back stitch. Now I'm going to go back where I started and do my back stitch so it doesn't come loose on me. Plus I needed to that was about here. Okay. Now I'm going to change the foot back out and put the regular foot on so I can sew around the perimeter. And then we'll be able to rivet this onto the bag. And after that, we will make the shoulder strap. And then this bag will be complete. So I'm going to change the foot out and then we'll sew around the perimeter. Let me just go off camera to do that. Okay, now that we have changed the foot out, I'm going to sew around the perimeter now. And I think I'll start at the bottom in the center. I didn't go up too far. There we go. we'll do the other side, and this will be done. Yeah, this is good. Do this side, and we'll go and do the strap. Like I say, this bag here really do not take a long time to make because you're not doing a lot of edge coating, you're not putting in a lining, and that cuts down on a lot of time. Let's see if I go up just a little more. That's it. Now we'll go over here and make the strap, and this will be done. Now it's a little wider than what I would have preferred, and that's because I did not fold this over. I did not overlap one side over onto the other side. I put it right in the center. So if I would have overlapped it, it would have took it in maybe a 1/4 of an inch, and that's what you probably want. But you know, my hands are not that big, but it just depends on what size you want. But I would have preferred to be a little smaller. So we're going to attach this to the bag and create the strap, and it'll be done. Okay, now that we have the handles sewn, what I did do off camera, I went ahead and punched 5 holes. I have 5 holes on each end. And basically what I need to do is that I need to attach the handle onto the handle stabilizer. So this stabilizer is 7 inches. It's 7 inches by 12 inches. So what I need to do is that I need to center this. I need to center this handle onto the stabilizer, and so I just need to find the center. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 2.5. So if I go 2.5 and I line this up, this is at 2.5, and I'm going to mark it. I'm going to mark that, and so what I'll do now, I'll take my rivets now. This is just how I'm doing it. You could come up with your own way of putting yours on. So I'll take this, just kind of press down, and I got 1, 2, 3, 4 there. I couldn't get the 5th one. But what I'll do, I will punch the holes. Should I do it? You know what? Let me do this. Let me take, I'm going to take this insert out. It'll be easier for me to work with it. See, I'm pretty tight. I guess it's better to do this before you put that insert in. Would be having a hard time. Now, one thing I do want to show you about this insert is that when I went back and redid it off camera, I did make my size taller than what they were before. So what I did was that I made this here taller. It was cut down to here, but I went ahead and brought it all the way up to this front part here. So in that way, it gives the bag more body. Okay, so let's do this now. I might even try it a different way. Okay, that's flat. Good. So I think what I'm going to do, instead of doing what I just did, I'm going to put a little glue on here. Let that dry. And just a little glue right here. And then I'm going to attach this and put a clamp on it and let it dry. This is probably the most time-consuming way to do this, but maybe I shouldn't have done that. Let's see here. Yeah, this is too time-consuming. I'm gonna let that dry for a minute, and then I'll punch the hole. Okay, while this was drying, I got my my marble so I can punch the hole. So I'm going to punch my holes, and then I'm going to put my rivets in. Might have to even pull this back off to be able to punch my holes all the way through. Like I say, I think I'm doing this. Yeah, I'm going to pull this back off. Well, that's not going through there. There we go. Okay. Boy, that still didn't go all the way through there. Let me get another punch. Oh, I'm using the wrong punch anyway. And when you're doing it, make sure that your gusset is not in the way that you punch a hole through your gusset. because it can happen. Gosh. Okay. So we're going to take my rivets, and these are medium size, double cap rivets that I'm using. I'll put these in. Gosh, it still didn't go all the way through. Let me punch these holes off camera, and then I'll put the rivets in. I can't believe that. That's all the way through. The other one should have been. This is more difficult than it should be. Okay, let's try this again. You know what? I'm gonna go in from the bottom. I think I better use the large. This is a medium. I better use a large rivet. Let me get some large rivets. Okay, I got some large rivets, which I think will be better. Because sometimes if they're too long, they'll bend on you. But I think the large would be appropriate for this. Sure, why I'm having such a hard time trying to do this. Let me turn this over. Just tap it from the back side. That will help it go through much easier. This is small. Need to get one more large. I'm going to go ahead and attach this first. Like I say, come up with your own way of putting this on. That really should not be that difficult. Pull this out. Go in from the top. Okay. Put this cap on. Put this cap on. Now I need to get one more large rivet. which this shouldn't really be that difficult to do. But I guess trying to line up these holes. There we go. Get it lined up. Okay, so we're going to take this, now we'll close it. Okay, so now what I'll do, gosh, I can't believe that took so much to do. Now I'll line up this side here, punch the holes, and then close it just like I did this here. But I'm going to do that off camera because that was such a struggle for me to do that. So I'll do that off camera. I'm going to line it up just like I just did the first one. Well, the other side, it's going to be 2.5 inches by 2.5 inches, and I'm going to mark that. I'm going to mark it and punch the holes and do what I just did here. But I'll do that off camera because this took such a long time for me to do, and I don't want to bore you trying to do that a second time. Now, I'll go back and I'll punch the other the other 3 holes and then close it. Okay, I have this side rivet, and now I just need to close it. Okay. So now we have the handle on. So the next thing we're going to do, since we have the insert out, I'm going to take me a couple of pieces of leather that I cut from the hide, from this hide here. And because where I cut it from, it was not long enough, so I'm just going to tie it from the, tie the 2 ends together. If it was just one long piece, I would just take it and turn it like this and put one knot in there. But since it's 2 pieces, I just tied a knot, and then I'm going to go through the grommet and then I will tie another knot to keep it from going back inside. That didn't work out right. Try that again. So just tie a knot. There we go. Got to keep it from going back inside. And that will go through. I'm going to put a grommet right here. And I put me a little mark here so I know where my center is. So my center is right here. So I'm just going to put me a little mark here. So I'll know that's my center, and I'm gonna put a grommet just like I did on the front of it. Get my grommet, punch my hole. This is a 3/8 size grommet. They come in different sizes, but always make sure you get the right setter for the grommet that you're using. This is the setter for that. So I'll just take this just like I did for the front of the bag. Turn this over. Oh, I already have that on there. Turn this over. Put this on top. Now we have that. So when we close it, then we'll go through here. So this is how we're going to close it. So you want to think about how you're going to close your bag before you start putting it together. So in that way your pocket doesn't be in the way of what you want to do. So now that we have that done, we will we'll make the strap. And then it's complete. So we can put our insert back in. So we got our insert in. So this would tie like this. So that's how we're going to close it. And we have bring that insert over. Bring that over. And that's it. So let's do the strap and then it'll be done. Okay, what I'm getting ready to do now is I'm going to make the shoulder strap, and I'm going to cut it out 2 inches wide, and that is because my spring hook is 2 inches from this post to this post, and the slider, which is this right here, which allows you to adjust the strap, is 2 inches from this post to this post. Now, I have already pre-cut my strap out, but for those of you that have not seen how a strap cutter works, I'm going to go ahead and cut a strap out. And we do have a video showing you how to cut straps, and I'll try to remember to put that the link to that video in this video here at this part of the video. So I'm going to go ahead and cut out, and the strap cutter have a ruler on it. There's a blade inside. Now when you're using this, be very careful, because if you mash this, press this down, this blade here, I don't know if you can see that, but that blade is coming through. So if you press this, you're going to cut yourself. So be very careful using this. So I've got it set at 2 inches, and I'm going to cut this. Now, like I say, I will try to remember to put the link to the video that explain to you a lot more about cutting with this strap cutter. Now you can buy your straps, but it's going to be a lot more expensive. Well, you're going to be charged a lot more for a strap than if you bought the side. The side should cost you maybe around 80 bucks. And this is a 3 to 4 ounce, I think. As far as 3 to 4 ounce, as far as the thickness. That's the strap. Now we're not going to use this one because it has a hole right here, but I have already pre-cut a strap out. So this is the one we're going to use. But I just wanted to show you how to use that tool. But there's a video that we have that go more into detail about using the tool. Now what we're going to do is that we're going to glue our strap. Let me get this out of the way. We're going to glue our strap to our primary hide, and I'm going to use Elmer's glue. It works great. So basically what I would do, find some room here. This is my table. The hide is a little longer than what I'm working with it for a space. So I need to reset. I need to move some things because I'm going to need all of this space to do this. Okay, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pour some Elmer's glue inside a cup, and I'm using a sponge brush to apply it. And like I say, this glue here, it works great. The main thing you want to do is make sure that you get your edges real good, so you don't have to go back and re-glue that. And I'll just spread it thin. Now I'm going to glue the secondary, which is what I'm gluing now, and I'm going to also glue the primary to make sure that it sticks and it holds. We used to use the contact cement glue to do this, but that glue is pretty toxic, so you don't want to use the cement contact glue when you're spreading a large area. So we try not to do that. Now I'm going to glue the secondary. And once we put the two pieces together, we'll let it dry for about 5 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll trim it out. this back in here. So I don't want to waste that. Okay, so now what we'll do, we'll take secondary, put it on top of the primary. And we're going to let this dry for about 10 minutes. And then I'll trim it out. I'll just trim it out to where when I start to cut it close, trim it close, I'm not working with all of the leather, just this strip here. So I'm going to go off camera, let this dry, and I'm going to trim this out. And then I'll go back on camera, and then we'll trim it out, do the final trim out. Okay, now that we have the secondary glued to the primary, I'm going to do something that I never did before, and that is I'm going to dye the secondary before I even cut it out. And I'm going to do that simply because this is brown, and I'm using brown dye. If it was pink, I wouldn't do this. But because it's brown, I'm going to try it, which will save me some time when I get ready to, after I cut it out. So in that way I won't have to cut it out, dye it. So we'll just try this. Now I always keep my dye inside of a box, and I always make sure that oh, let me tell you this also. I don't really believe that there's a wrong way or a right way to dye your secondary like this. Some people like it real thick. Some people like it very lightly. And I like using a towel that have, what should I say? It's just not a smooth cloth like this. I guess you would say texture. It have texture to it. And I like that because it sort of give it the look of wood when it's done. Now I'm going to see if I can do this. I'm going to see if I can get the edges so in that way I don't have to redo it. That's not going to work. I was trying to get around the edges so I won't have to do that once I trim it out, but I'll see if I can do it with this. That's not doing what I wanted to do. I'm going to get a Q-tip and try it with a Q-tip and see if that will work. Let's see. I think I'm going to have to cut it. I'm going to have to cut it, trim it out, and then do my dyeing around the edges, so it doesn't just look raw. So I'm going to go ahead and trim this out. Basically what I'm doing, I'm just trimming it out so I don't have to be trying to work with the whole hide as I do my final trim. So I'm going to go ahead and trim this off, and then I'll come back and start trimming, doing the final trim. You know, I forgot to do something, and I think it's better that I do it now, and and that is I'm going to put a finisher on this. This is not to make it shine, it's just to finish, to give it a finish to seal it. And I'm gonna do it now while it's still on the hide, connected to the hide, so that way I don't have to prep the table to do that. That's why I was wishing I could have done the edges. Because if not, I have to pre-prep the table to do that. That'll take a couple of minutes to dry. Then I'll go ahead and trim it out, and then we'll come back on camera. Okay, I went off camera and I cut away the leather, well, the strap from the hide. Now I'm going to do something that I've never tried before, but I did kind of do it off camera to see how it works. Instead of cutting this with the scissors, I'm using my blade to do that. I've never done this before because if I make a mistake, it's a big mistake. But I'm going to try it, and I'm going to use the edge as if I would be using my ruler and cut away the excess leather. And I really have to take my time. And it's doing it nice and clean. I've never tried it before. So far, it's working. So I just have to take my time while I do this. I should have tried this years ago. It would have saved me a lot of work. But I've always been afraid of doing this with the rotary cutter. And this is much cleaner. And much easier, but I just have to make sure that I focus. Now that's nice and clean. So I'll do the other side, and then it's going by much quicker this way. Like I say, I really have to focus and take my time. The thing about it is that it's very tempting to try to go very fast. Now that did not take long. Normally that would take a long time for me to do. So I was going to use some dye on the side, but I think I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it like it is. Now the next thing we're going to do, we're going to cut the tips. So let me set up for us to cut the tips. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to use this tip cutter, and I'm going to cut my tip to give it a shape. So we'll take this off. Try this again. I think I had too many pads on. Let's cut the other end. Okay, now what we'll do, we have our tips cut. We will go and sew it. And then once we sew it, we can put our slider and rings on, slider and spring hooks on, and it'll be done. So let me go and sew this right quick. Okay, so what we're going to do now, we're going to sew the strap. So I'll start from right here. And I'm doing about a 1/8 of an inch seam. So this kind of give you an idea of what the seam is going to look like. This is what our seam is going to look like. So I'm going to go ahead and stitch this off camera, so in that way I don't bore you with stitching all the way around, and I'll come back right before I finish up sewing this. Okay, now that we're finishing up with sewing the strap, the only thing we have left to do is just attach the strap to the slider and the spring hook, and this will be completed. Even though the video is probably close to 4 hours long, it really doesn't take long to make this bag. Then I'll do my back stitch. That's it. That is it for this. Now we're going to attach the spring hook and the slider. Okay, now that we have the strap sewn, the next thing we're going to do is that we're going to put the slider on first. So basically what we will do, we'll go through the slider. Let's see here, I think, yeah, I want to put two large rivets. And I want to try to put the rivet as close as possible to this post here, so it'll be a little tight if I can. See here, how can I do that? I think I'm going to glue it and then put a clamp on it to hold it while I put my rivet. So I'm going to put some glue, and I'll let that dry, and I'll get some clamps, and I'm going to clamp that so when I get ready to punch my hole, it doesn't move on me. So I'm going to put a couple of clamps on here, try to put some pressure to hold it down. And I'm going to let this dry for about 5 minutes. I'm going to let it dry for about 5 minutes. Hey, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to let it dry. Because if I try to hit it with those clamps on it, I don't want to break our clamps. So we're going to let this dry for about 5 minutes. Okay, now that we have let this dry, we're going to punch a couple of holes for our rivet. And I want to center this as close as possible. And I'm using a large rivet. And I'll close, put my cap on, and I'll put a second rivet. My cap came off. So I'm going to close this. Turn this one over. Now after you put your slider on, the next thing you want to do is that you want to slide one of your spring hooks on, and once you slide this on, now you can put your strap through your slider. And that's what's going to allow you to adjust the strap. So we can adjust this. Now we can put the other spring hook on. We're going to turn it over, but we're going to fold it. And we're going to do the same thing we did with what we did with the slider. We're going to put glue on here, and we're going to clamp it. We're going to clamp it down. So when we get ready to put the rivet in, we don't have any problem with it moving on us. So we're going to let this dry. We're going to do the same thing we did with this one. We'll clamp it. We'll come back. We'll punch the holes. Put the rivets in. It'll be done. Okay, now that we have clamped this and let it dry, now we will punch the holes and put the rivets in. And one thing that I did forget to do was to put our brand on the bag, so I will go ahead and do the branding. But we'll do this first. Put the second hole for the second rivet. And we'll close this. Okay. So, well, let's go ahead and brand it. Well, we'll heat the branding iron up so we can test it and make sure we have it at the right setting. I'm going to put it on 350 to start with, and we'll let this heat up. And once it heat up, I think we'll just brand it. We'll just brand it here, but we'll test it first before we actually put it on the bag itself. But this bag is done. Now, the one thing I want you to also keep in mind that this pattern will come in 3 different sizes. And let's see here. And it's going to be, this is a medium. So there will be a large, a medium, and a small. And I think this is 14 inches. The large will be 17 inches. And I think the small will be maybe 10 inches or maybe 11. I'd have to ask Carla, exactly what size they are, but I think that's what it is. But this is the medium size, so there will be a large, medium, and small. So let's see here. I doubt if it's ready, but we'll just test it and see here. Now, let's let it heat up, and we'll come back after this heat up. Then we'll test it. We will brand the bag, and then this is done. Okay, I think it's heated up enough to brand. Now this branding iron came from LW Leatherworks, and I will put that information in the video. So I'm just going to put it here. Okay, that's it. We'll let this branding iron cool off. And let me take this branding iron out of the way. Okay. Like I say, this is it. This bag is completed. Put the spring hook on. I put these clamps on here just to kind of press this down to kind of train it to stay there. But this is it. This is the bag. So I will put the information for the branding iron, and also I think what we will also do is release a video to give you the different sizes, the measurement for the different sizes. And like I said, this bag doesn't take long to make, And if you know anyone else that's working with leather or want to work with leather, pass this on to them. And if you have not subscribed, please subscribe. And again, thank you for taking the time to watch our videos, to support us by purchasing our patterns. And thank you again for all your blessings that you have given me. Thank you so much.